Hello. Toggle's chair would even be proud there. Yeah. Hello, hello. So check this out. Check what I got. I have an XOS keychain necklace. I have a necklace with a NixOS pendant. Amazing. Where did you get it? It was given to me by a friend who went to what's it called? Uh Hello? Why am I brain farting so much? FOSDEM. They were giving those out at FOSDEM. Impostor? What do you mean? Here's my NixOS. I'm on Nix. Oh, it doesn't say Nix. Oh, no, it does. No, it's not a KVM setup. It's a full screen virtual machine. So it's a virtual machine with the full graphical stack running on the Mac machine. It's actually pretty nice. Even bigger Impostor. Okay. Well, then, if you want to go down that route, then chances are that you and the majority of people out there have never used server-side Linux for real because you've always run it in a virtual machine, chances are. So you're also imposters. Okay, I think, well, you know what? I'll let the countdown run down, but I'm done with I have it with me. So what are we doing today? Today we are finishing this chat view, I don't know, epic quest that I've embarked onto that, I don't know, it's taking forever, but we're finally done with it. Jesus. So we can finally say that we are done, like that messages, display messages in a chat view will work as it should, mostly. At least to a level of polish that we're going to be happy with, and that will allow us to move to the next task. Now, what should the next task be? Well, I guess there are two ways of looking at it. One is we can look at projects and say, well, we want to complete this project. For example, we want to host a development chat on Awebo itself, right? So we need to finish client server sync, and load the message history. So I'm basically finishing these two tasks with this. That's kind of the idea. So actually, no, I'm finishing this with this. So we could then tackle synchronization of other assets that are not messages. And the good news is that it's It's so much easier. Oh man, it is going to be so much easier. So that would be the useful thing to do. But there's also the fun thing to do, which is, what if we try to make macOS screen share work and we just YOLO into some Objective-C and I don't know, have the AI help me because I don't know Objective-C. And truth be told, I'm not really all that interested in really learning Objective-C. I don't want to be completely clueless with Objective-C, but I'm fine for a first pass to, fuck around with an AI and see where we land. Anyway, let's see. Any advice for someone feeling completely cooked learning Zig? My whole worldview is based around objects. Oof. Everything is an object and it has fields and methods hanging off it. Trying to move this mental model of everything is just memory and then data and logic are separate. It's hurting me. I don't know how to break myself down and build myself up again. Oh man, I can relate to this feeling. When I started programming in Zig, I also had a moment where I had an OOP brain, and I would recognize patterns that in OP land makes you want to say, oh wait, these things are vaguely similar. They should inherit from the same class, right? Oh my god, these two things, both things share a name field. Holy shit. Bam. Inherit from I don't know, nameable object. So yeah, I went through this process as well. In my case, it wasn't super hard getting rid of the OP mindset, but it did require some work. So here's my suggestion at its core. The way you can get rid of OP brain is if you find a new set of rules, a new set of things that you can optimize, a set of constraints that you want to maximize or minimize. And then once you get a good feeling for those will trump your decision making. They will trump your OP brain. For example, and this is like really the real question. Like, why is OP brain wrong? Like, what's wrong with it? If there was no downside to OP brain, then just OP everything and everything is fine, right? But the reason why you might want to move away from an OP brain is because OP brain, among other things, at the very least, makes you take a big hit in performance, and sometimes that matters. So if you start learning what it means to write more performance software, then you will see that at some point, doing OP, doing inheritance, doing function pointers, interfaces, whatnot, it makes you take a performance hit for a level of dynamicism that you don't need. Okay, this is the very high level point. So what you want to aim for is learn how the computer works, what is more or less performant. You want to try your hand at writing something that should be fast. Try to make it faster than other people or less memory hungry, that kind of stuff. And it doesn't have to be anything insane, okay? It can be something like not too complicated, or something even somewhat mundane where it's not, this, I don't know, fluid simulation thing that has to be super fast, otherwise it's worthless. It can be something else that it just becomes a little bit better when you improve performance. So, for example, things that help me so to get started, one thing that you could do, for example, is try to write replacements for simple CLI tools like LS or CAT, for example, and see how you do. Then as you become a little bit more used to lower level programming, one thing that really was fun for me is writing a static site generator. Or you know what? Before that, let's take one step back. One step back would be write a parser for something. Write a parser for some file format and then benchmark it against other implementations that deal with the same file format. And you can pick your poison, right? Because there's file formats that are more complicated, file formats that are less complicated. Pick one that is not too complicated to get started. Actually, I would suggest pick one that is as easy as possible to get started. Work with that, and then work your way up. Learn how to do parsing well. And while parsing, I personally don't really love parsing. People like doing languages. I never really loved this stuff, but man, does that is that good for your bones? It's really good for your bones. So um, try your learn how to parse. And when I say learn how to parse, I'm not talking about getting a parser generator. I'm talking about you write the tokenizer yourself, you write the parser yourself, um, and then run your shit against the competition and see how you do. At some point, you will get to a point where you will laugh your ass off at people that use OP isms in parsers, for example, because it's ridiculous. There's no point, and they end up with just a subpar product, and it's inevitable. Like what they end up with is necessarily worse than what you can do if you don't do OP stuff. And at that point, you will be freed. But your point is, again, it's not like that OP is inherently bad. OP is just a set of constraints that makes you wanna, organize things a certain way. Once you identify and you build a understanding, like a gut feeling for a other set of constraints that has practical consequences that you find more preferable to OOP, you will be very fast to get rid of OOP. I can promise you. Behold my wizardry. Oh, not yours. Somebody's wizardry. I built my own graphics library and got a whole map of my city onto a device with only 64 kilobytes of free RAM using my own rendering method written in C assembly. Oh, this guy has a .s username. Holy shit. Look, when you see somebody, so there used to be a time where you played, where I played, first person shooters, that you would see sometimes people that they had like their nickname .css because they played Counter-Strike, Source at the time, or you had people that had COD 4, stuff like that, COD 2, that kind of stuff. Okay, they're like, if you see people like that, it's fine. When you see somebody that has a .s nickname, be careful. They're not fucking around. This one went from 5, so let's see, converter that takes GeoJSON files and compresses them. This one went from 5 megabytes to 34 kilobyte in my proprietary binary format. Okay. Uses line draw vector rendering to keep the entire memory buffer at only 4 kilobytes of RAM while it's tiling larger maps. In short, screw Google. Ain't no reason maps need to be gigabytes of RAM to use. But wait, is this thing a like Fallout wrist thing? What the heck? Holy shit. I've just been learning Z by writing things I've already done, like CLI tools, most of which are web API flows. Yeah, those okay, web API shit. Yeah, that's not gonna unlock you anything new. Because for those things, it really doesn't matter. Actually, you know what? For those things, for web API flows, I would even say what you're doing, it might not be idiomatic Zig, and you probably want to try to write idiomatic code when you can. But if it's for your own use or for your own convenience, that is the one case where fuck it, OP the fuck out of it. Who cares? Nothing matters, right? It doesn't change anything at the end of the day. Because your CLI tool is doing essentially nothing and then just waiting on the network, so you can do whatever you want. Yeah, trying to implement Catalyst sounds like a great idea. Yes. Here's a couple more suggestions. So I did mention parsers. Man, I don't love parsers, but I cannot. I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible to overstate how useful they are. They're so fucking good for your bones, for your programming bones. That's what I mean. Similarly, there's also prepackaged experiences that you can leverage. So we were talking about parsing. I wouldn't necessarily start with this, but there's crafting interpreters which you could do in Zig. Then there's also, let me think. There's also well, there's also ray tracing in a weekend, although ray tracing in a weekend might be interesting because this one this one does basically, it's an entire book. They give you C++ code samples, and then you would have to turn them into Zig. Um, this one, there is not a bajillion things that you can do to improve performance because they already give you a way of doing it that is reasonable. Although some things can definitely be improved because they do have a C++ brain in this book, and you don't want to have a. And guess what? A C++ brain is in part an OP brain. Um, but I guess this is an example of something where performance matters. But uh, there's not a lot of like things that you can come up with yourself, realistically speaking. Oh, you did? Yeah, no worries. Okay, last piece of advice. Very, very last piece of advice. I'm guessing you have already joined an online community, an online Z community. That helps because you can get help from people. You can ask questions. You can see other people's code. By the way, yeah, that's also a good one. Reading other people's code can help. The last thing that I would suggest is this: if you have a Zig Day near you, go attend a Zig Day event in person. So let's say that you live in Spain, for example. In Spain, there's a Zig Day Valencia. They haven't yet announced their first event, but it has been announced. So you can subscribe to the RSS feed or add the calendar or sign up with your email. And uh, being at a Zig Day is really nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's already pretty good. That's already pretty good. But yeah, try to get to a Zig Day in person if you can. Okay, if you live like very far, you're Australian. Jesus. Okay, well, the closest one to you is the one in Japan. Damn. Well, okay. You know that the first ever in person Zig meetup was in Australia. I don't remember where it was precisely. I think it was either Sydney or Melbourne. I do not remember. But the first ever in person meetup, because the Zig community kind of um, came into being during the pandemic, essentially. So for a while, we only had online things. And I think the first in person meetup was somewhere around here. So yeah. I'm so afraid to come to an event like this. Why? Uh, to these events, you find all kinds of people. Like you find people that have been using Zig for a long time. You find people that are just getting started. Um, yeah, somewhere in this giant space. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I'm completely wrong, and like the actual place is like very far from it. 0 points on GeoGuessr, but it would still be Australia. I know for sure, though. I know for a fact that it was in Australia, no doubt. Um, well, the last one that they held, they were speaking English, also because Andrew was there. So yeah. Um, but yeah, don't be afraid to join an event of this kind. There's all kinds of people. Usually, when I go to these events, for example, I've been to the Nuremberg Zig Day a bunch, and when we did it, in the morning, I did an intro to Zig where I help people get Zig installed on their machines, get the editor configured. We like the main value that you get out of this intro that I make is that you know that you have a working setup on your computer. That is the main value that you get out of it. Um, so we set everything up and then we went through, hello world, simple stuff. And then after that, I think people in the afternoon, some did Ziglings, some did I don't know, um, maybe crafting interpreters or other similar stuff. So there's that as well. And then you have also crazy people like this is Felix Quaxner. He made his own computer. Um, like when I say that he made his own computer, I mean he made his own computer. Like I think that this one doesn't have. He also designed a CPU. I don't think this one is running on his design of a CPU. I think this is running off of a standard microcontroller. Yeah, I think this is running um yeah, off of something more normal FPGA. I think at least some of it. Like the point is, like he designed the motherboard, he designed everything else. Like you should go to National Computer, I guess, to learn more. But I mean, you see it, right? Like you can understand these are not like components that you buy on Amazon. But here's the thing: I think that he plans to eventually turn in to run this thing off of his own CPU design. If it, like, yeah, he could put it on a FPGA. I don't know if he ever did. It's been a long time since he presented his CPU design at some point, but yeah, this runs off of a Raspberry Pi. But these are all his, I believe. So crazy. In any case, you don't have to be like this. They're like that's. I mean, to have a good time at a Zig day. Yeah. So this was the one in there. They didn't post photos of the latest one. Let's take a look at the ones in Milan. So this one also was fun. Here we were in an office, and this was the first ever. So yeah, hex code input instead of binary. Ooh, wow. Okay. I think we should make some progress, shouldn't we? Oh no, you know what? Check this out. Check the latest uh devlog. So Jacob Lee implemented IO evented. He completed the IO ring implementation and I mean, they call it the Grand Central Dispatch implementation. But in any case, it's the macOS implementation. I guess no, that does make sense. So they're not using KQ on macOS. They're using the native APIs. So they're using good old Central Dispatch. So that is great. 17 hours ago. But so plenty of unimplemented features, but the compiler already runs. Nice. What's the benefit of libdispatch compared to KQ? Let's see. Because you're directory watching or macOS already introduced a dependency on libdispatch, at which point your choices are to use an IO implementation based on libdispatch or have a watching behave like a blocking synchronous syscall. Yeah. Oh, you're also interested in that? Cool. Hey, thank you for the cheer. Thank you very much for the advice. Self-hosted Discord alternative cannot come fast enough. Yeah. We'll see, bit by bit. Sorry, I have to read my hacker news though before I get to work. You know how it is. So Andrew made a blog post about this. This is cool, by the way. Hey, Bifredo! Thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. So this is, I think, how did he spell it out? Let's see. Oh, there we go. With those caveats in mind, it seems that we are indeed reaching the promised land where Zig code can have IO implementations effortlessly swapped out. The devlogs are great, right? Man, the guy who came up with this idea is a genius. Not necessarily because as a format they're particularly smart, but also because they kind of trick Andrew and the rest of the core team into posting more about the stuff that they're doing so that I don't have to do it myself. There's some genius ideas in devlogs. Oh man. So so here's the promised land, right? So this is you have a program, you swap out IO implementation and it still works. The syscalls look different because all the non-blocking IO, all the scheduling, OS threads versus green threads is slightly different, but functionally you are obtaining the same end result, which is kind of the point. And we have all the tools to express use programmer intent so that this swap can be done in a safe manner. So this is awesome. And so, I mean, for me, I already knew this, but if somebody was kind of a skeptical, like that guy, there's like that I don't know if he's Mormon or what, but like there's that somewhat weird guy that on Hacker News or Lobsters or both used to always complain that the IO stuff, the async IO stuff in Zig made no sense, it would not work, and like he had all these like theoretical arguments as to why it wouldn't work, and then I would point the guy at the OK Redis repo that was actually a living implementation of a library that would work in both async and non-async modes, and he wouldn't care because his theoretical arguments were so strong and good. Oh man. I might remember wrong, but I think this was kind of what Rust wanted to do long before 1.0. I do remember that they were going for green threads originally, yes. One thread at stdlib and one, but due to Rust's crate model, they would essentially need to compile two separate standard library crates instead of these. Yeah, and I think also because of having separate compilation units, they wouldn't be able to. I mean, we're not able to do that today either. But I think for them it would be very hard to impossible to know max stack size. While in our case, given that everything is in a single compilation unit ish, well, at least Zig code is in a single compilation unit. Then it's much easier for us to know what's the maximum stack size of a given function. And I think that is what makes green threads go from meh, maybe worse than stackless, to actually maybe strictly superior to stackless. I don't know for sure. I think nobody knows for sure because I don't even know who has ever done this before. I think that in every single time people compare stackless versus I guess stackful coroutines, the stackful coroutine implementation either acts like a segmented list or like either not a segmented list, but like acts either like a segmented list, which has a ton of problems, or it does reallocation plus pointer fixing, which is a bunch of runtime shit that's going on, or you pick a big stack maximum stack size number, and that causes um, and that prevents you from having as many of these things as you would be able to have if you were able to be more precise with the maximum stack size. So um, I think we might end up in a situation where we conclude that um, that green threads are better than stackless coroutines in most use cases. Not every single one. Sometimes you have to, like, sometimes it's it's a technological constraint of the platform that you're targeting. But I think we might end up with we might end up upsetting the general perception that stackless is the best one. Let's see what people have to say on Hacker News. Happy to see they stuck to GCD. Great middle ground for parallelization. You meant to say concurrency, not parallelization there. Sorry. I know I'm using my own definition of things and complain when other people say things, not using my definition. But in my defense, other people's definitions tend to not make any sense. So I'll stick to mine. 0.16 ... Maybe in 2050 they will finally release 1.0. Uh-oh. Jokes aside, once AI comes out, Zig will become obsolete. Wait, you just said jokes aside, man. You just say jokes aside and then immediately another joke. Immediately after in the same sentence. Incredible. Load bearing once. I mean, Odin might hang on, as it's quite a bit smaller and limited language. Rust is being forced into every low-level code base. What a worldview. What a worldview. So that one will stay. C3, well, no one is using that, like Carbon. But Zig, despite running some big projects, it has no future. What do you mean it has no future, man? It's in IO. std io.future. Wow. So you see, people talk shit. They don't even know basic stuff. I don't understand this kind of language hate. I would say it's hate. I do think that this is not strictly language hate. I would argue that if this were just plain languages, this message would be impossible. I don't think anybody in the right mind would try to argue that Jai is better than Zig, pretty much in any way. Or rather, you could say it's maybe in terms of potential. In terms of potential, Zig could be better than Zig. But where it is today, I don't know, the amount of labor that we can put into Zig, they can't put into Jai. They are lagging behind under pretty much any metric. So I don't know if they will ever catch up, because simply because we just have so much more people working on Zig. We have so much more competence working on Zig. Not because the people that work on Jai are bad, but it's just a matter of numbers. Like, we have a weirdly high number of very knowledgeable people working on Zig. So like, if the development of Zig you had to pay for in terms of, like, intellectual property, you have to pay for the intellectual property to make this proprietary piece of software. Jonathan Blow wouldn't be able to afford it, not even remotely. And so that is the development model that he chose for Jai, and so that is straight up the economical constraint that he's operating under. So yeah. But the reason why this thing exists, I mean, just as one example, they had years ago this idea of having structural array of structs transformation in the compiler. They kind of tried it. They had like a half-baked filled with to-dos version for a while that then I think they removed, we've had that stuff as std.multiarray list in the standard library. So not even a language, nothing from the language, just a pure user space implementation with pretty good ergonomics, just sitting there in the standard library for a long time. So, I don't know. But this is not a language. This is ideology. Jai exists very tightly tied to the ideology of Jonathan Blow. You can find his talks where he expresses his perspective on the world, and you can see him talk about politics, and you can see he has the way I describe it, to describe it, to just do a succinct description is, to me, he's the Andrew Tate of software development. So if you're somebody who really vibes with what Andrew Tate has to say and what a bold, older, not as fit version of Andrew Tate would have to say about programming, then you would probably vibe with that. That's how I look at it. Look at, for example, how Jonathan Blow talks about open source and how emasculating it is to send the APR because you have to ask for somebody else to accept your code. It's ridiculous. So that's how it works. And then Odin is accepted because Ginger Bill exists in their social circle. But of course, he exists deeper down on the ladder than Jonathan Blow. So he's tolerated. He is tolerated. Nowhere near as good as Jonathan Blow. Nowhere near as good as Jai. No way impossible. But we can tolerate his existence because he agrees that Jonathan Blow is one of the greats. So he's willing to. He knows his place. He knows which asses he has to kiss, and so he's tolerated. Rust, instead, it's external, and the thing is that there's like the idea that people like Rust. Inconceivable. No, Rust is being forced. Rust is, it's like I don't know. It's this conspiracy. So like it's just being, it's the, I don't know, it's the Jews, it's the gay agenda. I'm exaggerating, I'm making hyperbole, but it feels kind of like this, right? Like there's no way that there is a huge number of people that like Rust. No, Rust is being forced. There's only people that don't like Rust, but somehow there's a system that forces Rust on people, and they are just forced to accept it. Either they are strong enough to resist Rust, or they're weak and they will be forced to accept it. C3, well, I don't know. I guess C3 doesn't qualify, so it's not on the ladder. And but Zig, despite running some big projects, it has no future. That was good. Transcat people lobby for Rust? Yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Let's see. Even just the element of Jai forces its hand, right? Its purpose is so that he can ship games. That is his intention and how he sees the world. He's literally shipping the compiler with the game engine. They are open sourcing, so I assume that means a lot of the language design is highly coupled to game engines. I wouldn't say it that way. I think I think this is true to some degree, but I wouldn't say it in the way that you phrased it. So I think that Jonathan is designing a language that he wants to be general purpose. And in his mind, and I would generally agree, video game development is not a particular niche of software development as much as it is a collection of all the weird and hard things in software development stuffed into one. So from his perspective, a language that is good for game dev is a language that is good for doing everything. Of course, you can how can I say, you can overfit. You can make a language that, like, if your language has, I don't know, an operator called I don't know, sprite, or like an operator called hit points. I'm exaggerating. Then obviously you made a language that is overfit to video games. But That's not what he's doing. I think he is generally making a good general purpose language. Where he does fall short, and where you can definitely see that the domain that he's working on is having an effect on the development trajectory of the language, is in the tool chain. Jai is kinda Windows first. It does not have really a good job at being multi-platform, do cross compilation. They're working on it. So my point is not that they are like completely unaware, but the way that they prioritize stuff and the way they look at things is from a Windows centric perspective. There was a stream where Jonathan Blow was trying to get Jai to work on Linux, and I think he spent like a couple hours trying to boot a Linux laptop or something like that. To be fair, though, you know what? To be fair, I will say, for us in Zig, it's harder to do Windows stuff because almost nobody likes Windows. There are a few people that do like Windows, but the majority of us doesn't like Windows, and we don't run Windows as our main development computer. And so I guess in some ways we are. You could make the same. You could raise the same objection, like the same criticism, the other way around to the Zig project. But that being said, um, we do care about Windows. Windows is not a second-class citizen. It is factually correct, in my opinion. Like, I can tell you by being able to observe the development of Zig, that running stuff on Windows is annoying. Like, just Windows. Windows sucks in so many ways. There's a devlog. We're talking about devlogs, right? So there's a devlog dedicated to Windows down here. To do bypassing kernel 32 DLL for fun and profit. If you read it, there's the whole thing where basically kernel 32 DLL is kinda the libc interface, and that's supposed to be the APIs that you should be using. But kernel 32 just implements stuff on top of NTDLL, and NTDLL has functions that are like more Windows specific. They have more Windows specific concepts than kernel 32 functions, and they're just basically, this is just a lower level layer. And so, for example, if you use kernel 32 to try and init all the RNG stuff, you will see that it does a bunch of useless work just to do something that you could either do yourself or through NTDLL. Same with reading files and stuff. So Windows is a mess. Windows is a mess in many ways. But in any case, that is the full extent, in my opinion, in which the stuff that Jonathan Blow is doing is influencing his design. Given enough time and developer hours, he will be able eventually to be equally as good on all platforms. But the language itself, I don't think is being twisted because of the domain that he operates on. If anything, the only thing that twists his design, which again is like pure opinion, is the fact that he's a smart guy, so he's a clever guy, so he wants clever features in the language, which, like macros, he has clever macros in the language that, in my experience, that never ends up well. But we'll see. Maybe only if he keeps everything up as he's been doing, maybe he only gets clever people to use his language, and so there will only be clever macros out there. We'll see. Although this guy is waiting to use Jai. I don't know how good his macros are going to be. I don't think they're going to be particularly great. Other languages debate for years because they have a customer base with important applications. Wait, is this a reply to what? Oh, to this. Instead of debating for years like other languages, Zig just tries things out. Worst case, you can always roll back changes. Yeah, because we are a V0 language for sure. Other languages debate for years because they have a customer base with important applications into production and don't find funny that their code is broken with experiments. Zig is years away to become industry relevant, if at all. Of course, they can experiment all they like. I almost feel like there's a, you know, there's there. I almost feel like there's a third possibility in this dichotomy. Um, I almost feel it's there. It's almost like there's a potential, like there's more than just uh this debate for years because you have customers and you're irrelevant and so you can do whatever you want. It's almost as if there's this thing where you can mark things as experimental, release them so that those who want to try experimental stuff, they can try that. And then there's also the idea that you could, once in a blue moon, release a new major version of your thing where you do introduce breakages, but you do it only once in a while, and so that you fix all the egregious stuff that you collected all at once. It's almost as if you could do this stuff. It's almost as if you could have your language not be entirely append only like C++ is. Man, if only there was like this. No, never mind. It's impossible. It's either you don't change. It's either append only or you're irrelevant, and so you can do whatever the fuck you want. Sorry. Ziggy is too ugly for me syntax wise. I'm sorry. Hair looks nicer and simpler. No weird dot prop syntax. Dot prop? You mean doing dot something on a struct? That's the weird syntax? Yeah, no, okay, Joker then. But here's the counterpoint to what you're saying. I find these arguments funny because sure, Zig has fewer projects, but the projects in it are pretty huge. Oh, okay. To be fair, by the way, PJMLP is one of the known posters. I recognize his nickname because if they have a comment, it's always a negative comment about Zig. That's like, it's either that or nothing. So at this point, I know all these names. They're recurring characters in Zig threads. You know what we're missing? We're missing Walter White. We also get well, not at least. It's just that I read and I remember people. You know, there's also Walter White who loves to come into Zig threads and point out that you could also do this thing with D. He's also irregular, but here's the counterpoint to what you're saying here. Okay, so in defense of PJMLP, we're talking about very big differences. Like if we took if we take C++ as the language that we're talking about, which is here, it's kind of left unsaid, but let's say that it is C++. Man, there's like multiple orders of magnitude more huge C++ projects than there are big Zig projects. So it's a different mass of code, like a significantly different mass of code that you would have to move past a hard breakage hurdle. Again, I do still think that occasionally I still think it's obvious in my opinion, but I still think that your language should not be append only. If you're running a language and you're doing append only, you're mismanaging it. No thing should be append only. The whole reason why you're there is so that your thing is not just append only. But counterpoint to your thing here, as Gethly here reminds us, Zig, despite running some big projects, it has no future because once Jai comes out, Zig will become obsolete. So counterpoint to your reasoning. Sorry. We got owned. I'm a casual user, and the 016 changes scare me. I tried multiple attempts now, even with full LLM support upgrade. Bro, okay, I'm gonna reply. I don't understand why this guy is so clueless. By the way, the Mitsuhiko is I forget his actual name, but he is can somebody remind me his full name? He's the one who made Flask and other stuff. Armin Ronaker. Yeah. I don't know why he's so close with this stuff. Okay. Here's some advice. 1. Don't try. If you're a casual user, don't try APIs that are don't try incomplete APIs that not even the creators of fully know how they are supposed to work, because they're still tinkering. It's without an H, right? Tinkering with them. Like Async IO is still being tinkered on. We didn't even know what it was supposed to look like. We changed stuff a bunch of times. We renamed stuff. If you're a casual user, you should not be using this stuff. I mean, but we do kind of tell people, like, okay, I cannot think of a big red box where we say this explicitly. But if you're doing software development for more than, I don't know, 10 months, you should understand that this stuff is still being worked on. Why are we trying to use it? Also with LLMs. Don't use LLMs to try. Don't use LLMs. I don't know, like, don't use LLMs, period. Like, man, so there's no information about this stuff. It changes every other day. An LLM is only cause more confusion. Also, you can't expect docs until the design is somewhat finalized, which is not yet. FYI. Even with, like, as in, LLMs should help. LLMs don't help when trying to make sense of the above. Feature that is not incomplete, that is not complete, that has no docs, other than some hints in commit messages, that changes every other commit. So it's not even with. Oh no! I mean, I don't know how to phrase this. It's like, man, it's like you're thinking that this thing is gonna help you. It is not gonna help you. It's just gonna make things worse. What are you talking about? Reserve LLMs for when things are stable and we're looking. Otherwise, they will just confuse you further. the path, if you want to try new features before they land in a tagged release, you must engage with the development process and use your own brain to you know what? Let's just leave it at that. Maybe a bit condescending. I mean, that is actually really concrete advice. Like this is completely wrong. You don't do this. This is, in my opinion, objectively the wrong approach to trying and understand something that is still being worked on. Set Zig aside completely. Take another project. If the developers are still working on a feature, and a complicated feature, right? Because we're talking about something complicated and all-encompassing, essentially. You don't know. If you mean that this is a bit too hard, I don't know. I don't care. This is fine. Like, just silly. I recently ditched Zig because of this. That's fine. In your opinion, could Zig have breaking changes in the language, not the standard library, even after 1.0? Could, as in, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. That's when you release 2.0. You know, like you had PHP 1, PHP 2. I used PHP first when it was at version 4. Then they introduced OP in version 5. Now they are at version 7. So major releases do exist. It's obviously a bad idea. Version 8? Oh, there we go. So it's obviously a bad idea to release a new major version, every other day. Python had a major release. Yeah, Python, but the way that Python did the major release change is, yeah, but that is one example. Yeah, you remember this. Sure, that happened. But did you feel any pain from Python 1 to Python 2? Did you hear a lot of complaints about the 8 versions of Python? Of PHP. C# is at what now? Version 8, version 9? The point is, this is just one example, version 10. So stuff happens. This stuff happens. Like, I don't know, C++. C++ doesn't even have major versions, doesn't it? It keeps changing. So yeah. Again, you don't want to do it too much, but never considering it an option is insanity, because that means that your language is append only. It's append only, plus every time somebody picks it up, they have to read a book of all the things that are there that you should not be using. What are the current plans for it? Also, where can I follow milestones that the project, now that the project migrated from GitHub? I don't know. Do we have this stuff on Codeberg? I haven't checked. The answer is we don't have milestones or projects on Codeberg. So I guess there must be some labels though that, oh, wait. There we go. Never mind. We have milestones. Yeah, it seemed weird. So we have milestones. You can see here the 0.16 milestone. And then some issues are tagged post 1.0. Although, we like the old issues that exist on GitHub, they are not gone. They're technically still active unless they've been ported on. So this is not a complete view. There's probably a lot more pre 1.0 and post 2.0 issues. They are just on GitHub. But it doesn't matter. Like, when is 1.0 going to happen? It will happen when it will happen. 5 years from now. That's what we usually say. We have been saying this for a while. But in general, here's some concrete advice. 1.0 means the promise of backwards compatibility. Different languages, different projects have different interpretations of what that means. If we look at Go and Rust, for example, Go took a long time to get to 1.0, and when it did, they kind of stopped changing the language a lot. They kept changing the language, they kept adding things, but they weren't changing it a ton. So your programming style that you learned when Go 1.0 came out initially mostly survived up until very recent Go. There was a big change recently, uh, the generics stuff. So now that there is generics in the language, that's not as true anymore. Now you have to learn how to incorporate generics into your programming style. You things that previously you would do a certain way, using, I don't know, empty interfaces, typecasting, that kind of stuff. Now you should. It's more idiomatic. It's better to change into usage of generics. Rust instead went a very different way. Rust tagged 1.0 very quickly because they had the ability to give you backwards compatibility at the crate level. So you could tag a crate as using an older version of the language, and they could make newer versions of the language that would change rules, do stuff, but as long as you didn't opt into those changes, then they were able to guarantee backwards compatibility. But they changed the language a lot more than Go did. And so compared to when Rust 1.0 came out and today, you had to have changed your programming style a lot more if you wanted to keep up. Like, of course you could just stick to the older version of the compiler, but the assumption is that you do want to also get updates. So where am I going with this? In Zig, we currently don't have editions, which is the mechanism that allows Rust to change the language a lot while maintaining backwards compatibility with older code. We don't have that. And so far, it seems that we're going for something closer to what Go is doing than what Rust is doing. So the idea is that once we reach 1.0, we're mostly kind of done at that point. So this means also that as we approach 1.0, while we're still going to be 0 point something, the language will increasingly stabilize and stabilize. And at some point, it will become perfectly usable, even if it doesn't have the 1.0 tag. So in conclusion, the 1.0 tag just promises backwards compatibility. Whether that means that there's going to be how much churn there is going to be for you as a developer of that language, you don't know. The 1.0 tag tells you almost nothing about it. So you need to learn more. So my point is, follow the development, learn how, read the devlog, check news about Zig so that you can get an idea of where we're going, where we are at a given point in time. For example, now there's going to be a huge breaking change because of the 0.16 stuff. But after that, I don't think there's going to be as many breaking changes of that magnitude anymore. I honestly cannot even foresee one. Maybe stuff will be shuffled around in the standard library. So again, I'm not saying there will not be breaking changes of the code. You will have to update your code, but the reader writer changes and the Async I changes that came in 0.15 and the Async I changes that are coming in 0.16. Those are big because they change also the way that you approach doing I/O and concurrency, and those require you to rethink your code. But the good news is that every single person that I talked to that had a complicated use case that dealt with readers and writers, they had to think about it for a bit. But man, every single person that I talked to was happier with the new readers and writers. Again, they had to think it through, because they had a lot of new tools at their disposal. And there's more nuance with the new reader and writer interfaces than before, but everybody was happy and agreed that the change was an improvement. So that's where we're at. Technical question. I allocate stuff in Objective-C. Okay. Then I dupe it using a Zig allocator. Okay. Return the duped version. Okay. And de-alloc the one allocated in Objective-C. That's kind of a hassle. What would you recommend? Um, Maybe you can give a method to the Objective-C type or wrap the Objective-C type in your own type if necessary, and give it the init callback that can be run from Zig that calls the Objective-C allocator. So you treat it more like an opaque thing where you just call into Objective-C functions, but functions that are implemented in Objective-C, but that do have a C calling convention. Either that, or alternatively, maybe scrap what I just said. Alternatively, make a Zig implementation of allocator that uses the Objective-C allocator. Wait, isn't that? But in any case, isn't that just going to be malloc? You're talking about simple types, right? So this is just going to be malloc. You can use the C allocator in the standard library. Isn't that going to be the same? I don't know exactly because I don't know. I know that Objective-C has a runtime, but I don't know how pervasive that is. If Objective-C is literally just using malloc, then you have malloc in Zig. It's std.heap.c allocator. So use that one to free things that come from Objective-C. Okay. Then the alternative is give it a deinit destroy, wrap it in something that has a deinit/destroy method, and it internally uses the C allocator. So so users know that they need to deinit certain things. They need to destroy certain things. Deinit, destroy, whatever. But then that function makes sure to use the correct allocator. Can you confirm that a lot of changes take me a moment to think about and get behind, but usually once I do, I'm 110% for it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What are people talking about? The idea with making SED, wait, you mean like how Rust tried green threads pre 1.0? Rust gave up. Rust gave this one up because it made runtime too unwieldy for embedded devices. The idea with making SCDIO an interface is that we're not forcing you into using green threads or Rust threads for that matter. You can and should bring your own SCDIO implementation for embedded targets if you need standard IO. Yeah, although I would say if they want to do concurrency, then let's just say if they want to do asynchrony, then they kind of need stackless, which we currently don't have, but hopefully we will. Also, why did Alex? So by the way, this reply here that you see is grayed out because somebody downvoted it. Alex is in the Zig core team, so like Alex is not saying anything weird. He's just stating precisely why we're doing these things. I'm gonna upvote this, but like, why is this grayed out? Man. Check his comment history. What has he done? He worked on Mono for Xamarin. What has he done? I don't know. You mean this? I thought it was stable enough initially, but they completely broke fuzz testing feature and didn't fix it. I'm not even sure we ever shipped a functioning fuzz testing. I don't think we ever did. I don't know. It's fine. Jokes aside, oh no, somebody making my same joke. um, I have my doubts on Jai, despite being built towards game development. From what I've read, watched about it, it has 2 or 3 metaprogramming capabilities like comp time macros, etc. It feels too much of the same. Also, Jai is not built towards correctness or safety. Joe mentality is that he knows what he's doing, so he doesn't need those guardrails, and he wants instead expressiveness. I'm not sure what is meant in this context by correctness of or safety. I'm not sure what the author even. I'm not even sure the author exactly knows precisely what they would be arguing for. A borrow checker. Also, Jai is like C++ in complexity, while Zig is similar to C, very simple language. Carbon is vaporware so far. There's no language that could be used yet because they first need to solve the C++ interop and fast completion times. That will shape the language, so no one is using it because it doesn't exist yet. Mm-hmm. There we go. PJ MLP. Good luck with that. Okay. I disagree. Zig is a great deal of a language. It would have been if we were talking about 1990s programming language ecosystem, not 21st century. Ooh. Ooh. Hey, Gotan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ooh. Ouch. Well, what can I say? You can't please them all. Right. There's also this argument. Oh, this is Getly. So this is the same guy as the comment from above. Remember that it was Jai that inspired all these new languages. When you talk about the capabilities like comp time, that's all from Jai. And why John no longer does public presentations as people keep stealing his unfinished ideas. So not only did we steal from Jai, but we're also the ones to blame. It's our fault that he cannot enjoy Jonathan streaming Jai anymore. Actually, he does, but yeah, not as much as in the past, maybe. It's tough. Although I will say, I don't know, because if you go and read Walter White's comments, it seems that we copied these ideas from D. So now I don't know anymore. Did we steal them from Jai or did we copy them from D? I don't know. Maybe we did both. To be honest, when you're a kleptomaniac, you're gonna get, you're gonna steal a copy of ComTime. Why not steal a second copy of ComTime, right? The comment about game dev focus makes no sense, as that is the most hardcore segment of all the programming there is. So if a language is good for game dev, it's good for everything else with high performance. Which came first, the D or the Jai? Good question. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Stole from them both. I'm still in the GC camp with Go, and I don't see myself leaving anytime soon, but Zig is just rust fugly and takes forever to compile. Sorry, it takes forever to complete. It started 10 years ago, mind you. Didn't Jai? Well, okay, so wait a second. So if we stole ideas from Jai, it means that Jai has to be older than Zig. If Zig takes forever to complete, and mind you, it started 10 years ago, therefore, Jai has to take at least as long and also take forever to complete. It's elementary, dear Watson. Right? Like, man, the art of deduction. Odin is essentially complete, just lacks official spec. I like it, but can't bring myself to use it as it lacks methods, and I won't be going back to writing procedural code like it's 2002. The dot syntax procedural code. Well, the dot syntax is not really OP. Like, like, man, this is not really OP. Like this transformation here. By the way, you know what? Let's take a brief moment from the fucking around to learn something about Zig. So in Zig, when you, and this is not unique to Zig, by the way, other languages have the same concept. In Zig, when you have like a struct person, I'm gonna leave it empty. Imagine that it has some fields in it and some methods. Let's say that it has a talk method in it, or rather, we don't really have methods in Zig. We have namespace functions. Let's say that there is a namespace function in it. When you do person, so again, let's imagine that you have an instance of a person and you do person.talk. That gets transformed by Zig into person.talk. So the function exists, but inside the person namespace. So this is just me using the fully qualified name of that talk function. Again, this is done implicitly. There's no actual like rewrite source code step. This is like conceptually, this is what's happening. What's happening is that we do person.talk and then we pass down person. And if the function wants a pointer to person, we pass down a pointer to person. Like this is syntax sugar. I think it's good syntax sugar. I like it. I like doing things this way. But like, this is not OP. Like, not even a little. And also, if the transformation of going from this to this, so now this is procedural. I don't know. I'm curious to see Jai being released, despite having no use case for it. God damn it, that even is your point. My initial policy is merely about purposefulness, or the lack of. For name programming languages, as nowadays John's name will carry more weight than Zig could ever have. So without Zig being 1.0 after a decade, again, this point, man, this is not as smart as you think the point is. And having no competitive advantage over Jai, we do have a competitive advantage, man. We develop in the open. We have so many, we have an order of magnitude more developer hours being spent on Zig. High quality, not just like crappy ones. Good quality developer hour being spent on Zig. It's actually, I don't know. I honestly, I hope that the Jai comes out and it is the best it can be. But you know, it's like when you're playing like StarCraft and you have 5 bases pumping out gas, minerals, and you know, dudes to fight, and the other guy has barely 1 base. As long as you're playing someone rationally, how is the other guy going to outcompete you? They can't. So without Zig being 1.0 after the hit, having no competitive advantage over Jai, it has no chance to survive after Jai is released. As I said, Odin will likely will likely leave. As I said, Odin will likely leave, as it's quite simpler, more niche language. Yeah. Zig just goes directly against J and he will lose. Not getting salty and angry. Oh man. He's an LLM with the prompt "You love J and J blow." Yeah. And he is the all-seeing, all-sentient language god of the world. Other languages beneath you, beneath Jai. Argue about Jai supremacy like a real human. um, yeah, DJ comp time stuff is cool, but it is also, at least in the original incarnations, not too different from what you could already do, for example, with Lisps. So bring in certain ideas outside of Lisps, good, an achievement, but like not exactly unique. Then there's also all the other stuff that you can do with Jai metaprogramming that we just don't even want in Zig. Like the whole thing where you have like a stream of events from the compiler that tell you that, look, this type was analyzed and now you can fuck around with the type definition as it flies by. We don't want that. Like we have restrictions in comp time that are there like purposefully, not because we can't implement them, but because we want to limit the amount of insanity that you put into comp time metaprogramming. I feel like this is doomerism with high bias. I'm sorry, but there is nothing founded here. For all I know, Zig is able to put only one good reason to be used. Some people will use it and not care. Where this is a purely logical statement, I do not know Zig. So okay. Why is Nim never mentioned? Right? Although, did we steal anything from Nim? Can somebody remind me how what did we steal from Nim? We must have stolen something from Nim, right? Rather playing 3, 2, 1. Oh man. Um, I don't know. Anyway, so okay, we had some fun. It's fine. I do think that from my perspective, like given my job, I think the main thing to keep in mind is that um there, as time goes on, there will be more and more confusion about things, and it's our job to try and keep that confusion down. It's impossible to keep it all the way down to zero because you always have, casual users. That casual user means I'm not, I will not do all the due diligence. I'm not into all, I don't know everything. I know very little. I'm just, driving by, trying stuff out, and then driving away. And that necessarily means that that it doesn't matter how good of a job you're doing at explaining to people what to do, what not to do, what to, how to approach things. Somebody will always miss something, will not see your stuff, but trying to contain that is in part our job. So anyway, Okay. Thank you, Arca News. As usual, great job. Oh man, we're at 71 comments now. Okay, so what am I gonna do? I need to eat, by the way. So sorry everybody. But I think I'm gonna have to go eat in a few minutes. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a 15-minute countdown so that I can have lunch. Eating stream. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna eat on stream, but I'm gonna put a 15-minute, so 15 minutes countdown, and I'm gonna try to be back on time. So here's what we're gonna do first. We have this function called actually we call it from here, right? So message list. So we need to make this function work for cases where we want to show a nice loading animation when we're loading messages, and we want to make sure that we show it at the right place and that everything looks coherent as we do this stuff. Once we're done with this, we're gonna be done with chat message quest, and then we can, I don't know, try messing around with the macOS screen share next if we want, which we're required to do Objective C. So if anybody knows Objective C, and if you stick around, I will most probably end up needing your help. So let me put the countdown, and there we go. Okay, I'm done. So we're about to start. I'm gonna refill my teacup. So yeah, haha, I'm perfectly on time this time. Ta-da! I'm back. Okay. Is there a way to find leaks when using C allocator? Yes, you use a tool called valgrind. So you launch your executable under valgrind. Then once your program exits, valgrind will tell you if you have memory leaks. But the point is, it's not like it's not the C allocator that does that. Valgrind, no. Val grind. This bad boy here. Be careful though. It doesn't work on macOS. I don't know about Windows, so you might want to run this on Linux. Yeah, you literally just install it, and then you run your executable. You do valgrind space your executable, and it works. Does it support LASAN? I don't know what LA stands for. I know ASAN as in address sanitizer. LSAN, leak sanitizer. I don't think so. Okay. Let's do some work. Okay, so the problem is this. We need to look at the life cycle of this guy more in detail. Also, we have a global variable in here, which we don't want to have. So it's time to finally polish this code up. So, first of all, we have the channel, we have the chat channel, and the chat channel has client only data. I think the scroll, we're not using it anymore. Although, maybe we should. Um, yeah, but in this case, the question was about C allocator, so I'm guessing the question has to do with interoperating with C libraries. Which, to be fair, every time you close a Awebo, we have a bunch of leaked memory uh, that gets reported, but that's not the full story. We also have leaks in C code, most probably. We'll see. Okay, we need we need something better. So new messages, I think, should stay. Then this, waiting for new messages, fetched all messages, loaded all messages, waiting all messages, fetched all old messages, loaded all old messages. Last newest. So last newest should be in here. Last newest message in the buffer, in the message buffer before we switched to another channel. Used to restore crawl state when switching back. Defaults to max int, so that the query can transparently so the query to guarantee that the query loads all newest messages when showing the channel for the first time. In theory, we could persist this information on disk if we really wanted to, but why not just shove basically everything into the database? Because for some information, we want it to be runtime only. Like it's a design choice. I said that maybe we could persist scroll information across restarts, but maybe you don't want to do that. So like if you don't want to do that, actively you don't want that, then you don't want to persist this information SQLite. Another thing to keep in mind is that this data that we're looking at gets read every frame, every rendering frame of the application. So SQLite I would consider to be generally performant, but but we're talking about every frame, and I don't think we want to fetch messages from the database every frame. Maybe it would work well enough in most cases, but I don't think it will work best in all cases. For example, hey, other cable, yeah, don't worry, man. Take your time. Stuff is gonna be here. No worries whatsoever. I don't know if I think I wrote it somewhere, but in any case, everything has soft locks. So like if you want to attempt something and then you gas out and I don't know, you get distracted or whatever, it's all good. Like somebody maybe will have picked up the stuff in the meantime. Maybe they haven't. You can come back later. For example, I liked the way you were doing the search UI, and the way the other contributor did the search UI was with the side panel, and which we discussed not being particularly great. But if they decide to not work on that particular change, then you can swoop in, and it turns out maybe that actually your code isn't, you don't even have to throw away your code if you still have it around. So yeah, no worries. By the way, talking about the web stuff, this is interesting because we were talking. Oh man, you know what? I should have brought this up earlier. The web client stuff is actually pretty interesting because we were talking about. I was showing how with the new Async I stuff, you can swap around I/O models. Well, guess what? It seems the WebAssembly has multi-threading, but it doesn't have green thread support, and we in Zig don't have stackless coroutines. So that means that if we want to have a web client, under the assumption that our web client is going to be a WebAssembly build of our GUI client, then what we will probably want to do is switch at some point native clients to IO.evented because it's more performant than IO.threaded. But, or rather, it should. I don't know if it is today, but it should be more performant than IO.threaded. But we're not going to be able to do that for WebAssembly. So the magic is that we can keep the same exact code base, and we just switch to IO.threaded for the WebAssembly build. And then we keep IO.evented for everything else, which is delightful. Related to all of this, if we make a WebAssembly build of everything, we also need a WebAssembly build of SQLite, which it seems that they support. It might be that you need to do some stuff. Like there might be some macros that you have to define when you target WebAssembly to be able to make a WebAssembly build of SQLite. But here's the most important part. A WebAssembly build of SQLite has, drumroll, it uses KV VFS. And apparently they recently released version 2 of it. So this is a virtual file system that uses local storage and sensor storage as backends. So WebAssembly running in your browser tab can't access the file system. The only thing that resembles storage that it can access is local storage. So this is going to be SQLite that runs off of the browser's local storage. Then we were talking about whether it's a problem to do, where was it? This, right? SQLite is very performant. Why not run it every frame? It might be that SQLite itself is fine, but SQLite running off of cookies might not be good enough. Because now you have, the browser stuck in the middle of your abstraction pile. So who the fuck knows what's going on in there? You know what? I'll bet you that the people that use Firefox will have trouble because for some goddamn reason, the Firefox implementation will be shit. Sorry, this is just me hating on Firefox. I have beef with Firefox, but browsers are all bad in one way or another. So long story short, this is going to be one case where we definitely do not want to have the database in our hot path. And on that point, I'm actually, so even though we do have this concept of in-memory buffers, so that we don't end up like lagging every time you move the mouse around, because we repaint the application every time you move your mouse around, because it might interact on hover on things. But when loading messages, when you're scrolling around, I do load messages in the GUI thread. And maybe I shouldn't. This is currently a simplification to not make it super complicated. But the point is, I think it is not a bad idea to have abstraction that protects us from whatever jankiness might be happening below us when it comes to SQLite. Not because SQLite itself is bad, but because we will at the very least need to run SQLite off of weirdo browsers APIs. Yeah. Okay, last newest. So this is good state. Now, these guys are essentially These guys, I think, are essentially mutually exclusive. So I think we might want to have a state. The guy with the 480 hertz monitor, Jesus. No, okay. I think at some point we should probably yeah, the UI only plays on change, but moving the mouse normally is change. Is considered change. Yeah, I think we should probably have a hard cap. I think this application should be I don't know, 60, 120 frames per second application, and that's good enough. I think 120. Well, 120 is reasonable, right? I personally I feel like that past 120 you start hitting diminishing returns very hard. I can tell the difference between 60 and 120 immediately, and I find 60 um, visually annoying. But like, if you ask me the difference between 120 and I don't know 144, 160, I can't tell the difference. Maybe if you show me 480 versus 120, maybe I could. I've never seen it myself. Like I've never also seen, I think, 200 plus um, hertz refresh rates. So maybe if I see them, I can tell the difference. Like I can start building an appreciation, but hmm. Running scripts, a scripts server which uses low-key JS and local storage, and the server crawls down to under 1 tick per second after a day or two of game state. Awesome. You can tell between 120 and 240. Okay, but understood. Here's another question though. Is it like as uncomfortable? Like after you got used to 240, do you really feel bad doing 120? Because my expectation is that maybe you can tell, but I would say, okay, 120 is a good cap. Yeah, I would say that the difference, like the perceived difference between 60 and 120, I would imagine it to be much bigger than the perceived difference between 120 and 240. Yeah. There's also consistency. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. Yeah. No, that is fine. But maybe you're on a laptop and you have no reason, like there's nothing for you to really gain by burning more CPU. Sorry, burning more battery. Uh, Watching the thing run super smooth. That also reminds me, we should probably try to integrate with battery levels so that if the battery levels, if the computer goes into battery savings, we should probably go all the way down to like 30 frames per second cap. No, I think, you know what, this is fine. We don't do empty. We just do waiting new, waiting old. So this takes care of these two guys. Um, these can stay, although I'm not so sure. These ones do make a lot of sense. This one, I don't know about it. Or maybe yes. Oh no. Okay. Okay. I think this is fine. Maybe. Okay. Mm-hmm. LTT has done videos on both the refresh rate and clear diminishing returns, but latency was noticed surprisingly early. Interesting. Thank you. That is a good point. Hmm. Okay. So with this being done, let's see how we are forced to refactor our code here. There's no more channel infos. There's no more GOP. Um, oh wait, what was in here? Okay, in here we I think at some point we planned to have more information. Actually, we did have more information, but then we moved some of it back into chat. So now we ended up with just scroll info. So now it's just scroll info, DVY scroll info that we have to worry about. So it's gonna be like this. Const scroll info is gonna be c dot scroll info. No, sorry, c dot client dot scroll info, or else if it is null, then we need to initialize it. So we need to do we need to do const si equals we try, yeah, try gpa dot create dvoi dot scroll info. We make one of these bad boys. We default initialize it. Then we do c.client.scroll info equals our pointer, and then we break the LK with this. Okay, so we grab scroll info, we default initialize it when it's missing. Channel info, I think, is not referenced anywhere else. So with this, we're just good. See you. Why wouldn't I spend 400% more so I can get dopamine from how smooth the mouse looks? That is fair. I mean, we're gonna have also our own animations in VUI. Right now, we don't have any, but we will have some. So I think that there will be a payoff in having a higher refresh rate when you see those animations be smooth. I would also argue that having the chat scroll being smooth should be nice. I would even argue that new messages coming in, when you scroll all the way to the bottom and a new message comes in, I think that should be animated. I think it should be nice that you see the stuff scroll up, maybe something like that. You know what, I would have to see it to really make sure that I am of that opinion, but it does seem nice. So is it possible to paint / render specific sections of the app UI at different rates? Okay, as a general answer, yes. Generally speaking, you can do partial updates. You can have a UI that only updates a sub part of it and leaves the rest unrendered, leaves the rest where it was before. We are using an immediate mode UI. Immediate mode UIs do not work that way. Immediate mode UIs repaint everything every single frame. So in our case, it doesn't work that way. That being said, there is a specific DVUI feature that we want to use for streaming. Let me see if I can pull one up, one client up. Oh, you know what? This is not going to work. I'm in the middle of touching everything. Can I do zig out /bin/GUI Awebo GUI. Okay. Oh shit. Why did it crash right away? Bus error. Oh shit. No, that is fair. Is it gonna happen again? Yeah, this is gonna happen every single time. Okay, that's so that bus error is actually fair. This is 100% on me. There's a bug in the code. Sorry, I'm fucking around with it so it doesn't compile. But so we have a button that opens a special widget called I don't remember what it's called. Um, called so this calls call begin screen share. Well, where do we render that thing? Screen share box. There we go. Called oh, it's a floating window. Okay, we're doing a render texture on a floating window. So basically, the idea is that I cannot show it visually, but it's supposed to be a widget that you rendered video into, and I don't know if rendering video will be able to essentially work as a delta update in that specific case, or if it will require repainting the rest of the re-rendering the rest of the scene in a sense. I certainly hope not. Well, work has to be done to make it happen. I don't know if it has already happened, if it will happen, if it's not reasonably feasible because of how the UI is architected. So I don't know, but in any case, this is going to be this is the one candidate for having partial updates. I guess we'll see. Oh my god. KVVFS encodes each page of a database into a bespoke ASCII encoding so that each can store in a JS string. We're talking about overhead of running SQLite every frame. Jesus. That is terrible. To be fair though, this is not going to happen every frame. I'm assuming that SQLite will still have an in-memory cache of pages that are being actively used. So like it's not going to load the ASCII. It's not going to load the JSON containing an ASCII encoding of the page every single time. Hopefully, but yeah. KVVFS, because of that encoding, is significantly less efficient than a plain in-memory DB, but it also, as a side effect of its design, offers a JSON-friendly interchange format for exporting and importing databases without requiring SQLite to reserialize or an SQL dump. KVVFS is probably not appropriate for heavy DB loads. It is relatively malloc heavy, having to d/allocate frequently, and it spends most of its time converting the raw DB pages into and out of an ASCII encoding. Jesus. Quirks and limitations. No locking of cross-tab access. So corruption is a genuine possibility. Delightful. Oh my god, this is delightful. Web locks can be used to enable such shared use, but its asynchronous API cannot be integrated into VFS synchronous API, so it's necessarily a client-side solution and not a library-side one. So, I mean, we can work with that. It always creates storage it needs on demand. It has no notion of missing file. Is non-persistent except for the local station storage cases. Wait, what are the other cases? Version 1 of KVFS is specifically hard-coded to local storage and session storage, and has historically only been available in the main UI thread. Version 2 lifts that limitation at the cost of persistence in worker threads. It uses transient storage instead. The fuck is that? Even so, backing up such KVFS storage is easy, so those databases can be made persistent with a little extra effort. Holy shit, man! There's such a rabbit hole of insanity, huh? Okay. Okay, let's go back to the work that I was doing. So scroll info. Scroll lock visible. Right. I'm gonna put this above. Are we close enough to the top to load more old messages? So this is the oldest UID that we have. Want more history is top found existing. So previously, okay, that means that this means on first frame, on first load, we do not want more history on first load. So actually, no, never mind. This is yeah, we don't want it on first load. So how do we do this? I guess we can do var first load. Actually, const even. So we can do that with scroll info being null. But that sucks. Maybe we do need state. Okay, I think we need to give more stuff to state. First frame, ready. Although you know what, I do wonder if this even matters anymore. I think it does matter because it means that these calculations are not going to work on the first frame because we have not yet rendered anything. Oh, rather, wait. It has to do with the history of scroll info. So you know what? Maybe I take this back. Maybe we can do it this way. Okay. If not first load, and we are near the top, then we want more history. And we only want more history if we are not already waiting for old messages, and we want more history, and we have not loaded all old messages, then we want to do the work to load old messages. Otherwise, we don't want to do it. So how does that work? So I think this condition should also add these two guys in it, essentially. I think something like this. Waiting new, waiting old. Yeah, we do need a third state. We need a like steady or just ready. So where can I set it to be ready? To not be loading stuff. And let's see. I think a comment in here could be good. Um, so when loading the view for the first time, we don't know, we don't have any layout calculation ready. So we, no, on first frame layout calculations are not reliable. There you go. Yeah. Have a good day or a good night, whatever it is. See you later on cable. Thank you for hanging out. And loaded all messages. So if we have already loaded all messages, then we don't want more history. Okay, and this becomes want more history. Select channel history, blah, blah, blah. Perfect. If we find a missing history message, we set missing history to true. Missing UID becomes that UID plus 1. We break. Okay. If count equals 0 or missing history, fetching history from the server. If all messages if we didn't load anything or missing history, okay. Oh, there's court chat history get. Right. That's the actual network request. Client loaded all new messages equals false. I think we need state transitions though. So chat history get needs to have a state transition in it, right? This sets waiting all messages equal true. So this is now chat.client.state equals dot waiting all. And then there's the counterpart to this request, which is where we handle the reply, which is this one, where I think we flip that back. Yeah. So we do state transition, and then what's happening here? If ch history len lower than window size, then we set this to true. Okay, that is fine. 11 p.m. on a Saturday night for me, and I'm working because I got nothing else more important fun to do. Well, programming can be fun. Or maybe just really like being an SRE in a .NET shop. Oh no, I did .NET for a while. Whew, that was an experience. That was definitely an experience. I learned a lot of things, mostly things that I don't ever want to have to do ever again. So chat panel, okay. So this does the state transitioning correctly. This is all well and good. Want more present. So want more present. I think we need to also make this better. So I'm gonna do the parentheses stuff again. And I'm gonna say state has to be ready. Actually, what condition did I put up here? And they're all end. Were they all end? Were there not or clauses before? Let me undo a little bit so that I can see the original one. No, it was all end. Okay, that's perfect. For a moment, I got worried. So it cannot be the first frame. State must be ready, and we must have not loaded all messages. Okay. It's torture. Oh no. Mostly because this is a gov agency. Oh, who run all the traffic infrastructure, so it's critical software full of tenured seniors who like to over-engineer everything. Oh man, that is a problem in the .NET world, right? Everybody's doing the cleanest code possible. Like everything needs to have an interface. Every foo needs to have an IFU. You never know when you might want to swap out the implementation, right? The answer is never. But you gotta have that IFU. Also, you better have configured your auto mapper well, because if you forgot the one fucking magic XML line, then it's gonna explode at runtime because there's obviously no other there's obviously no other way of knowing if your automapper is configured correctly or not, rather than discovering it at the latest possible moment. Plus similar problems with dependency injection. Oh man. Everything is inside Kubernetes, even RDB and cache, and full of micro frontlines and microservices using Orleans. Oh man. Wait, is this not called first frame? What was it called? First load. Right. This is first load, not first frame. Okay, so if we implement want more present correctly, we might be in business. There's only one last change. There's only one last tweak that I want to make because I want to make this delicious. And we're going to have, I think we're going to have correct lazy loading of messages as we scroll the view. And I would say maybe not optimal, but fairly optimal, fairly good at least. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to go grab my tea, refill my cup, and I'm back. Don't do C# in the meantime while I'm not here. I'm back. My security team isn't comfortable with containers yet, so we haven't even fully begun. We haven't really begun that whole rabbit hole. Oof. Okay. So we must be not waiting for anything. We might not be. We might not. We must not be on the first frame. We must have concluded that we are at the bottom to near the bottom to trigger a bottom load. Also, this is minus 150. This one here is lower than 100, so I don't know if these numbers make any sense. They kind of seem to work well in empirically. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but at least they are vaguely okay. And we must not have loaded all new messages. No, I think I broke something with this. Because we have another piece of state that we're not consulting yet, which is in here, which is this guy, new messages. We're probably going to read it later on. I have not deleted code that deals with that, but I don't know if I do the right thing anymore with new messages. Do we put them in memory? I guess the answer is that I need to know this. I need to go in core and see what we do on new message. Chat message new. Save it on disk. Yes. And that's it. Set new messages to true. I bet you that in here, we also need to do this. We not have GPA. Yes, it's core.gpa. I think this is the case. We'll see. Let's go back to chat panel. Let's finish this. Also, we have a panic to do here that we need to implement. Want more present. We try to grab from the database upwards 60 messages. We try to load them. If we find a missing history thing, this is right now a panic to do. Okay. We need to implement this code. That is fine, not complicated. But let's say that it all goes well. Then we keep pushing. Then if count is 0, fetching present from server. Oh, this is all commented out. Okay. So this is all logic that is missing. Fine. We're going to go back to this in a moment. There's this DUI spinner thing, which we're not doing. That's fine. We can nuke it because I know what I'm going to do. Scroll area. Scroll info, lock visible. You know what? I'm gonna follow what David did originally. I'm gonna uncomment this later on. Let me finish just a first walk around. So scroll area, scroll info, blah blah blah. So here we actually declare the scroll area for real. It seems that we don't need it out, although we might once we do implement this other stuff up here. So I'm gonna leave it there for now. Now we're doing the message rendering. And then at the end, we're saying if it's the first frame, or so if first load, or there are new messages and we are sticking to bottom, we set new messages to false and we scroll down. Okay. So that means that the fix that I did earlier was entirely correct. Perfect. Now we only have to do two things. Implement these spinners correctly and implement them spinners correctly and implement the to-do, implement this stuff. Okay. The scope of things that we need to do has been reduced dramatically. It's literally just making sure that we clean up this handful of lines, which might require some work, but that's it. What do we want to do first? Let's do the request handling first. So we are at some point in the past and we're trying to scroll towards the present. So we're scrolling down and we load messages from the database. And at some point we find out that actually we hit a missing history message. So there is one problem. We need to know if the missing history that we have is missing like history, this message to olders, or this message to newer. I think we need two new states. So in message, we need two things. Let's call it missing messages older and missing messages newer. Older means missing messages with UID lower than, well, with lower UID. There we go. We need to make that distinction. Then and this means that if we're finding, so this is like a switch, I guess. We switch on kind and we have missing history all. Did I use all the new? Older, newer. Now, as we are scrolling back, would it be possible for us to hit a missing history newer? The answer is actually yes, that is possible. So we need to handle that. And this is essentially this. This one, there's probably more code that needs to be fixed to implement that one. Okay, so down here, how does it work? It kind of works the inverse. Actually, never mind, because you do the same thing both cases. Well, maybe the state tracking might not be the same, but yeah. Okay, okay, okay. I think some of this stuff will need to be refactored into a function at this point. Okay, so this is fine. Let's clean up this one up here, which seems to be already um, like doing better. So, also in the case of missing history newer, we need to trigger a fetch. Also, in that case, we need to trigger a fetch. So the difference is that if we're missing something old there, we're grabbing from our current UID +1 because we're doing +1 so that we get this plus everything below it. In this case, down here would be missing history true. Missing UID would be r.get UID, but then we would do -1. And then we would break. And then we would need the query to be a different query. We need a query that tries to go the opposite direction. So this is how it would be. We're kind of doing, you know. So how do we kind of make this, the same? So here's how I think we should do it. I think also this. There's also the fact that we're doing this stuff at the end. So maybe we could move this stuff above. No, because we want to do it also in case that none of these cases trigger. So like if we loaded all messages, actually no, you know what? I'm saying something stupid. If I need more tea. Okay, sorry. I need also to decrease font size. I need to see more at the same time. So there might be the case where our query gives us nothing. If our query gives us nothing, and we have not fetched all messages, then we want to run this. Honestly, maybe we could even argue that it should that count 0. I think this could be simplified maybe. Hmm. I think I think we should solve this with some form of state, maybe. Where the idea is, we have either we have loaded nothing. Hmm. We could even make it a union enum. Okay, we're reducing the amount of state that is flying around and complicating things. So missing history, there's none, older, newer. Actually, what was it? The other thing defaulting to 0. Missing UID was defaulting to 0. If missing history, we're using missing UID. Otherwise we were using oldest UID. Okay, that is. Can I ask a controversial question? What's your take on the whole Zig will never have a string type statement? Why is it just analyzing on UTF-8 and putting it into the language such a line in the sand? Um, because there are because that is not enough. If you want to have a string type, you will need to have a bunch of different string types, not just because there's going to be windows with UTF-6, well, with whatever the fuck UTF-16, WTF-16. But on top of that, you also have, for example, the case where some file systems have paths that are either mm, uh, arbitrary data or almost. So, for example, there are some. I think in Linux, a path can contain also weird bytes. It doesn't have to be UTF-8. But then you have macOS where it's different. I think there's even normalization that takes place on macOS. So if you want to be precise with all those things, there's going to be a few different variants that you need to have. So you cannot just have one string type. If you go down the string type path, you need to have multiple. Then, if you start having programs that start assuming that a string is more than just a slice of bytes, then you will need to have a few variants where one accepts strings, the other one accepts just a random string of bytes, or like conversion functions. And sometimes you will do conversions, and obviously converting from an array of bytes to a UTF-8 string should require some kind of validation, or you have to do an unsafe cast alternatively. But the point is, you start having to worry about this more pervasively, while in reality, in many applications, you don't need any of this. And also, for example, sometimes it's worthwhile doing things the other way around. So, like, for example, you could take let's say that you're searching on a document. You could take the full document and try to decode it to UTF-8, like to see that if it is correct UTF-8, and that may fail. But alternatively, you could take, or actually, let's say that it is UTF-16, and you want to search something in there. A naive approach would be that you take the document, you check if it is UTF-16, maybe that fails and that is a problem. But a smarter way would be that you take your search keyword and you turn that into UTF-16, and then you do a byte comparison. And that, for example, I'll use to search in, for example, strings contained in a binary, even if most of the binary is not text data, but the text data will match once you encounter it. So, long story short, it's not as necessary as it might seem. By the way, I told you only some things, so I'll give you another one. Sorting. Can you sort strings? The answer is that you can't. UTF-8 is not enough, or like knowing the encoding is not enough to know how to sort strings, because to know how to sort strings, the encoding doesn't matter. What matters is the alphabet, the dictionary that the encoding corresponds to. So what matters is Unicode data to be able to sort strings correctly alphabetically. So you need all the Unicode metadata, which you normally don't want to have in your language. You want that to be a third-party library, also because it gets updated, also because it's a giant piece of data that maybe at some point we will have Unicode support in the standard library, because if everything is implemented correctly, you are not going to pull that into your executable unless you actually use it. But you don't want to opt into this stuff by default, because if you start doing this, then you end up, for example, like Swift, where Hello World on Linux, on Alpine Linux with Swift, weighs something like 100 megabytes. I mean, there's also more stuff that they could be doing that they're not doing, that causes the executable size to blow up. But part of it is also the Unicode stuff, because Swift has Unicode embedded into the language, which is maybe a reasonable choice for a language that you want to make apps for mobile phones first and foremost with. But for a language like Zig, so long story short, you're not missing out on anything. You can still do everything. Like, for example, Borg here is written in Zig by me, and you can give it weird text and it will know how to size it correctly. I'm also implemented myself manually this concept of the text being indented. So like you see this space here, right? This is not a concept in the terminal. This is this column here. This is me doing the layouting for the text. So you can paste some Japanese script, some Chinese ideograms, Arabic, whatever, and it will work correctly because I'm using the Unicode metadata to learn how big the text is. So long story short, strings are way more complex than just having a string type. A string type gives you, I don't know, 40% of the way there. But it doesn't, but it gives you the illusion of doing more than that, but it doesn't. If you want to do the remaining 60%, you have to do it yourself anyway. And then there's all on the other side, being locked into one particular concept of what a string is might force you to not do the right thing in situations where the right approach is to not look at a string as encoded data, but as raw bytes instead. By the way, these are not things that okay, let's see what happens with this. Now invoking the feeling of chaos. Well, I know that all these accents combine with the letters, so yeah, I mean they look fucked up, but yeah, I mean this cannot. I think there is no way of showing this nicely. You're collapsing a bunch of accents on top of one another. But yeah, I know that the text is not going to be longer than it claims to than this. I know that the characters combine and they will not. Like I'm not doing byte length to give an idea. So long story short, I promise you that once you need to spend some time because strings are complicated. Like strings are inherently complicated. There's a lot of stuff going on with strings. But once you understand that, which by the way, it's made easier. Like it's easier to understand exactly what's going on with strings if you don't have weirdo built-in abstractions in the language. Then you will see that you can do everything that you can do with other languages. Occasionally, maybe you will have to type a little bit more, I guess. But you can do everything that you can do in other languages, and you can also do the things that other languages don't allow you to do. And so you can aim for the exact correct way of handling stuff. Skill issues. Yeah, no, no worries, man. By the way, I'm doing these streams precisely so I can chat with people and I can ask questions. So if you have more questions of this kind, feel free to ask. Oh, also, sorry, I think I might have not seen this message here. I didn't know you would need to support multiple encodings, but right now, are people not mostly always just turning code point bytes into UTF-8? And we do slicing comparing. Yeah, so the answer is if you're writing something simple, for example, a JSON parser, then you basically can even not bother validating UTF-8 because the things that you will care about are going to be simple characters that are just one code point, and more specifically code points that encode in a single byte in UTF-8. On the contrary, though, at some point, so yes, you're right, people do this because in practice this is good enough for a lot of stuff. But it is true that if you're writing an application where, for example, you have I don't know, some kind of phone book where you have contacts and those contacts might not have Latin names, in that case, then it becomes of paramount importance that you do get Unicode right. And in that case, you need to upgrade to the more complicated stuff. That is what I'm doing with Borg. With Borg, I don't use, I don't do slice.len to know how long a string is. I use the specific Unicode stuff. I don't even count code points because counting code points is also wrong because code points also combine into grapheme clusters. So for example, if you count code points and you see a person, zero with join and rocket, you might think that these are this is a string with length 3, but no, that's actually an astronaut emoji, which is only one character. So actually, it's more complicated than this. It's only one character, but emojis, when displayed in a terminal, they're square, so they take up 2 columns. So there's also that computation that you need to do. But in any case, I wouldn't say it's let's see, seems so much harder, and therefore basically I want to look for this sort of substring. Yeah, but you always have to opt into this more complicated stuff. Like for example, Go has the concept of strings, and when you iterate on a string, you're iterating on code points, but that is not enough because the iteration will land you in the middle of the astronaut emoji, and you're gonna do the thing. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where you have an astronaut emoji, you press backspace, you don't delete it, you just delete the rocket, and so you basically have the astronaut gets naked essentially. Like you take out the you take out its helmet. So that's wrong because you cannot operate on code points either. You need to operate on graphene clusters. Swift operates on graphene clusters by default, but man, is it more computationally expensive to do that than just doing simple byte operations. So long story short, manual control is not that hard, and it does bring you clarity. At some point, you will know what you need to do in specific situations. And they're complicated because they want to do complicated stuff with them. Like the whole idea of graphene clusters, like the whole idea that you combine characters together to create a single thing. They could have not done that, but they did. And it's not even an encoding thing, because the encoding, all it does is map a given bit pattern to a entry into the Unicode dictionary. So it's the Unicode people that said, you know what, there's going to be this particular entry that when you put it in the middle of 2 other characters, it glues them together according to these rules. And one of the rules is you give a man a rocket with a 0-width joiner and you make it an astronaut. But they could have made it something else, right? So these are all things that exist in tables. These are all like just giant tables of weird rules like that. The encoding itself is not complicated. The encoding is literally just given these bytes, which entries in the Unicode table do they correspond to? That part is easy, and we do have in the standard library. Yeah, there's also the question of, for example, when you want to do 2 uppercase, if you have a string type and your string type understands UTF-8, and then you call, you try to make a code point uppercase. How do you make a code point uppercase? Again, this is another situation where you need the Unicode information, table information, to know if that is a code point that has a corresponding uppercase symbol or not. I think the Swift will do that right for you because it includes all the Unicode stuff. But for example, I think that Go is unable to do that because it doesn't have that knowledge. I might be wrong, but I don't think it does. Strings are fucking annoying. Yeah, the thing is that it's a corner of programming, like a way of looking at programming. It's just not mainstream. You don't see it a lot. Like we were talking about the .NET world, right? In the .NET world, people circle jerk a lot about the hexagonal architecture, clean code, abstraction all over the place, dependency injection. So that's the stuff that they focus on. Then never mind that it takes forever to run tests and ReSharper kills your Visual Studio editor, but that's like they're focusing on that aspect. With Zig being a lower level programming language, where we care about performance and efficiency, like you start thinking about this stuff a lot more because you don't want to make the computer do useless work if you can avoid it. In main applications, it doesn't matter. For example, when doing API clients, but sometimes, for example, if you want to make a chat application and you want it to refresh 120 frames per second, uh, either you get this stuff right, either you do worry about this stuff, or you're not gonna hit 120 frames per second. Okay, now I need to take this if chain and turn it into something hopefully simpler that lives off of these tag union. You just explain my life, you totally get it. I mean, I did that as a job, you know. So in university I studied I'm technically a bioinformatician. My university was using Java as the main language, and then I specifically used Python. I did just a little bit of C, like just a smidge, because I had a course, like a class that taught um, string algorithms, text manipulation algorithms, or the more than manipulation, like searching, text searching algorithms, because you do that a lot when looking at DNA data, well, genetic data. So every time you look at that stuff, you have to do, you know, you're searching across these giant strings of text, and you want that to be efficient. And I mean, it's also an interesting subset of computer science. So in any case, that was the only the one time where I did some C programming. Then never again. And yeah, I also did a lot of higher level programming, like everybody does. And then I landed in a consultancy company that was Microsoft partner. I was hired as the only Go developer. Problem is, my Go project ended, and then they told me, well, there's only you know the rest of the stuff that we have to do is in the .NET project. What do you want to do? And my answer was, okay, let's do .NET. So I embarked in that adventure, and I learned a lot of things. Um, I think that there are some ideas in the .NET world that the rest of the other programming subcultures don't understand as well as they should, or as well as they could. But in the .NET world, there's also a overwhelming majority of dumb ideas. Some of them are like necessary evils because they do exist in ecosystems where you have, you know, like consultancy, you have complicated domains, you have stakeholders that are not exactly brilliant, and so you need to be defensive. You need to be defensive in the way that you approach programming, so that whenever these people realize that you know complicated stuff was completely wrong, then you can fix it without going insane. And for example, if you try to optimize one particular thing to the level of doing, you know, fancy bit fiddling, then and the next day the guy comes in and says, oh, you know what, we actually turns out that we got the way we compute these, you know, tax or fee or whatever completely wrong. It's actually completely different, and now you have to throw into the trash all the hard work that you did. So it makes sense to want to have an approach that makes you more resilient to changes. Now, to what degree the .NET world succeeds, or like the enterprise software development world succeeds at that, in the end, totally up to debate, but it makes sense that they focus on that. In the middle of all of these, there's also a lot of religious thinking that makes no fucking sense. Like, I don't hate DDD, for example, but sometimes you have, you know, the one turbo DDD guy in your team that is there, like, philosophizing, should component A message component B, or should component like the message type, should it be defined? So the message, what's it called? What's the name? The DTO. Should the DTO be defined in component A, or should it be owned by component B? Or should there be a C component, the DTO messenger intermediate proxy, baba? And should it that be the owner of DTO, of all the DTOs? And it's like, man, and while they're like thinking about all the open all the object oriented bullshit, and some of it at some point it becomes pure fart smelling. It's like they fart, smell their own farts, and start explaining if they smell fruity notes or whatnot. Once you do Zig, you kind of get freed from all this stuff because you start thinking in terms of okay, so um, what should we optimize for? Like, who should be, for example, a moment earlier yesterday, I was trying to decide where to put the initial message load for a channel. When you switch to a channel, where should we do the initial process of loading from disk? My initial thinking was, you know what? Maybe we should do all of this in here so that we have one place where all the message stuff, all the chat message loading happens. But then I realized that as I was implementing this, that it was actually a better idea to put some of the message loading code into this other view. Again, I wish I could I wish I could start the client to show you. It's just that I broke it. But I wanted to do this because oh, you know what? Actually, I can start one now that I think about it. Wait. Haha. So I instead put the initial message load in the thing that reacts to clicks on these buttons, so that we would start loading messages as soon as you clicked the button. Because otherwise, if I don't put this code in here, where is it? Inside item activated. If I don't put this code in here, then we're gonna do all the work to render one frame without having loaded any message. So we're gonna have one frame where you press the button, we have swapped the view on the other panel, but we have not yet loaded messages from disk, from the database. And so you see an empty thing, and then it's going to flash with the contents. And I don't want that. So not load messages on startup? No. The way it works is that we have one message buffer that, keep in mind that there are multiple channels, right? It's kind of like Discord. So you're going to have multiple channels. You're going to have multiple servers. So your client is going to be connected to multiple servers, and each server will have multiple channels. To lower the amount of memory that we are using, the client keeps in memory only the messages that belong to the channel you're looking at, more specifically, 64 messages in the history. If you scroll up, meaning you're going back in time, right? You want to see all their messages in the current chat history. As you scroll up, more old messages will be pulled into memory, and newer messages that fall off the scroll view will be freed. So we forget about newer messages as you scroll up. And as you scroll down, then we free old messages and we load from database newer messages. And you always have only 64 messages in memory at any point in time. So that means that you can add a bajillion servers, and your servers can have a bajillion channels, and the memory requirements are not going to change significantly. They will change because we need to remember, that server has that name, has that avatar, plus other stuff. But it's not going to increase as much as it would if we kept all messages in memory all the time, for example. No, you do have local history. There are 3 layers. There is in memory, meaning actually in RAM. There is in SQLite, meaning in your hard drive. And then there is on the server. So clients don't store the full history. But as you scroll back, the first time you scroll back your chat message history, let's say that it's a new installation, new client. You just install a new client connected to a server. Then when you scroll up the first time, you will load those messages from the server. But then after you do, they are gonna stay in SQLite. Yeah. Okay, let's switch missing history. So none. What do we do? In case of none, we do nothing. Nothing to do because we loaded and we're happy. Actually, though, here we're doing stuff. If count equals 0, I think that we should do this. if else. So we do something every time. Don't we do that? Because either we enter here, or we enter here and we do this, or we enter here and then we enter here, or we do this. So, okay, so something has to happen every single time. In this code here, we're saying if count is 0 or missing history, then we want to either say that we loaded all old messages or fetch more history from the server. Okay. I think, so does that mean that really there is no like do nothing case? Okay, I think it should be like this. I think this is the case. Count different than 0 and no missing history. I think we can put it there. Let's see. Every 6 months, we have these changes pushed downwards that we all need to adopt because it needs to be harmonized across microservices as dictated by the senior architect, right? Yep. Okay, we loaded some history. We loaded at least one message. Loaded all new messages equal false. Right. Because if we did this, it means that we have pushed out some new message. How do we know that we have pushed out some new message? How do we know that we have pushed out some new message? Well, we don't know that for sure, but it's fine to flip this anyway, I think. So this is fine. Okay. Then we have pay older and newer. So in case of tail, and in case of older, we want to do this. And in case of newer, and here we can do, so if we're loading something older, we want to do UID +1. Maybe we can even avoid doing the mathing here. I think this function should history get needs another parameter that says older or newer. Something like this. Okay, so hopefully this should be the equivalent of what we had before, just cleaned up, like just streamlined a little bit. Hopefully I didn't break anything. It does make sense for these two to be similar. Absolutely. Okay. Now we need to do something similar down below. We also need to have this next oldest ID. Okay, now we have to worry about direction. That means that this cannot be defined in here. There we go. This is still a deque, right? Kinda. It's not exactly a deque. It's a fixed buffer deque. So it's an array of 64 entries, and when it's full and you push a new one, you remove the oldest one. Why crash memory? I don't know. Why crash memory? Okay. So we change chat history get. Now we can express searching towards the present. Now, so now this works as it should, I think. Now there's the other side where we're still missing a bunch of logic and we have a panic to do. I think this is a point where we could stop, make sure that it compiles. There's still some stuff that we need to update. And I think we can test this a little bit. Test this a little bit just to see if we regressed horribly anything. So let's just do a zig build because there's going to be stuff that is broken. In the server especially, we haven't updated the server handling stuff. So push new error union is ignored. Where is that? In core 391. Can we try to we catch him? We catch him. Okay, next problem is in channel list. Oh man. Was it missing messages? I think it's older and newer. Is doing comp time always going to require accepting you are pushing your compile times outward? Or is there a difference between smart comp time and egregious comp time? Um, no, you can definitely do horrible things in comp time that you shouldn't. For example, you implement a naive Fibonacci and you use your naive Fibonacci to decide at comp time the size of your arrays. That's a bad idea. Today, comp time is kind of slow. It's slower than Python because it is essentially running an interpreter on your code. It's analyzing the code for runtime stuff and also solving at comp time stuff. In the future, there are plans to make it faster. And with incremental compilation, um, comp time execution will be cached. So you're not gonna have to like even your horrible Fibonacci thing will stay in memory, and as long as you don't change your Fibonacci function, you're only going to have to compute that once. That being said, the moment that you lose your cache, then you're going to have to run through Fibonacci again. So that's not optimal. One thing that you can do in Zig is also have sometimes stuff that you define that you could in theory define in comp time, you can also define as a build step. So you can have a build step that does some of that computation. That is today sometimes preferable, probably also in the future. And it is more performant than comp time because, for example, like the idea is that the Fibonacci implementation you could use, well, I mean, the Fibonacci example, maybe it's not perfect, but let's say that it's something different, more realistic. Like you can basically make an optimized build of the executable that does the computation as part of your build pipeline. You run it, you run the optimized version, and then you cache that result so that it can be preferable. For most people, would you say the majority of things that they want to do would just be using the inline keyword? Um, well, if you want to do generics, you have to pass types around. I would say that is very common. I would say that inline is less common than passing around and accepting a type as an input parameter to a function, or accepting a comp time argument to a function, which could be a type or could be something else. Mm, I think the best answer is that most people should not be doing much comp time, generally speaking. Uh, Going super comp time heavy is kind of a thing that newcomers of the language do because they're kind of like they're kind of drunk on abstraction power, and so they like that from other languages and they want to bring that to Zig. And Zig allows them to do even more things that they could do in other languages because, for example, C# had you have the diamond brackets, so like they're like if you want to do fancy shit, it gets very complicated real fast when you have this kind of like sub language to deal with. In Zig, you can just use Zig code, so you can get further along, much further along with like you can have more fancy stuff be implemented in Comptime Zig um, than in say C# diamond bracket stuff. But as you become more mature, you learn to not abuse. You kind of start having an appreciation for the balance between what the extra abstraction could give you in terms of like safety, in terms of making it harder for somebody to misuse an API, and to what degree it just makes the entire API impossibly complicated to read because there's way too much metaprogramming going on. So you at some point you start like putting the brakes on your usage of comp time. I wouldn't say that comp time is that one feature that you need to put everywhere, abuse a lot. It's like it's the Zig's killer feature. Not at all. I think of it like salt. You just want to sprinkle a bunch occasionally when it's needed. Not more than that. Otherwise, the dish becomes inedible. Mm. Yep. Okay, what are we doing? We're fixing bugs. Are we not? Yes, we are. Post 220. So where are we? Missing history older? No, missing messages older. Oh, this was on how using the outer missing history. What? Something like this? Maybe. I was writing a ClickHouse TCP protocol driver, and my first thought was, how can I make a type parser fully comp time generated? But after 30 minutes, I realized that it's just going to go normal way for clarity and everyone else, mostly me, sake. That is a reasonable choice. I can tell you that in my case, for my own protocol, I went fully comp time. So in Awebo, I'm gonna share the code so you can take a look and it is comp time heavy, like no, without a doubt. But for my case, I decided that it was worth the complexity. So I have protocol Zig. Basically, I have protocol definitions in here. For example, client protocol. These are all the message types that come from the client. And I give them a serialized and a deserialized function that are generated from their type themselves. So you see, as I'm defining authenticate, I can already use the type name. So I can pass that down to a function that ends up defining a function. These are decals, but this is a decal of type function. So it's essentially the same as pubfun, pubfn, blah, blah, blah. But since we're not typing the function here, we instead generating it at comp time, this becomes a normal decal, syntactically speaking. And then these guys are defined, as I was saying, in protocol. In protocol.zig, I have make it the serialization function, and that defines a serialization function that uses reflection to decide, for a given. Let's start from the struct. We look at the struct and we say, okay, let's look. We want to serialize every field in this struct. So if the field is a pointer to 1, we just serialize that value. We dereference the pointer when we serialize the value. These are non-supported. Those are weird pointer types. If it's a slice, then we say, okay, let's see. What do we do if it is a slice? If it is a slice, we just write the length and then we serialize. We call serialize inner. Wait, that surprises me. Do we not have special handling for U08? Oh, it's in here. There we go. Okay, so yeah. Is there implicit comp time stuff? Well, this is kind of the one case. When you're passing a type argument, that is implicitly comp time. That's kind of the only case. But this is more than implicitly comp time. I would say what you're looking at is something that is closer to inline. So you see that this is an inline 4. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I've been doing comp time for so long that to me this all feels very natural. It's hard for me at this point to look at this with the eyes of a beginner. But long story short, if a function accepts comp time parameters, or sorry, more specifically, in this case, if a function returns a comp time value, then this function can only run at comp time. Actually, yeah, let me take it a step back. This code here is kind of comp time because it deals with comp time with types that only exist at comp time. But most importantly, what makes it comp time really the whole context always be comp time is how it is invoked. Because you can take a normal function. I mentioned the Fibonacci function, right? The Fibonacci function wouldn't have in it any comp time keyword, but you can invoke the Fibonacci function at comp time. And when you do, everything in it will be running at comp time. So in here, what's happening is that we are calling this function in this context, which is already a comp time context because we're not inside a function. Also, for clarity, in Zig, the only runtime context is in the body of a function. If you are not in the body of a function, whatever is happening has to happen before runtime. Function bodies are the only runtime stuff. So here we're not in the body of a function. So you know that if we call a function here, this needs to be evaluated at comp time. I could have made pubconst Fibonacci 5 equals calling my Fibonacci function with argument 5 to compute the fifth Fibonacci number. And you know that that would happen at comp time. Actually, if you put a comp time keyword here, the compiler will complain and say, you're already outside of the body of a function. Yes. Oh, I can tell you why it never clicked for you. It never clicked for you because that is not true in other languages. In other languages, they will sometimes have weird shit that you write outside of function bodies and it still runs at runtime. So it's how can I say? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is there obviously is generally true. Generally speaking, what's in the body of a function is runtime, unless differently specified. Like in the body of a function, you can open a comp time block, and that comp time block will be all executed at comp time, sure, but it's implicitly runtime. Outside of a function body, like outside of main, for example, when is that stuff ever going to run, right? But in many languages, that is not true. I'll give you one example. There is, I think in Go, I would bet my ass also C#, or probably also other languages. For example, they leverage a system where when a DLL is loaded in a process, there's a load callback that gets implicitly called, and they use that to run initialization of certain things. So in Go, you can basically have these global variables that you define into a Go module that becomes a DLL, and some initialization there will happen at runtime because they can basically hook that initialization code to the DLL load callback. I don't remember all the details, but the point is that it's not as clear cut in all languages. In Zig, it 100% is. And this is another case where those languages have weird features that obfuscate what's going on. So it's harder for you to have a precise mental model because there's always there's this extra thing, you know. You want to become a C# expert, well, good luck, because actually there's this extra thing that you didn't know about that only in Rosaline version 7, if you put P before poop, then it's slow. But if you do poop before P, instead it becomes fast. And it's like, how was I supposed to know? And it's like, yeah, you need to be an expert. Zig is it's a tiny language. There's no much expertise of that kind to be had. Yeah. No problem. Also, if you have questions about pieces, snippets of code, so don't give me giant chunks of code that I'm not going to be able to read and understand while streaming. But if you have, relatively simple stuff, you can go to zigbean.io. It's our paste bean for Zig code. You paste some Zig code here, or, Zig code plus output from the compiler if it gives you an error that you don't understand, whatever. And then you press share, and you can paste this in chat and ask me questions about the code. So feel free also to do that. Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to fix my programming errors. So we have some stuff in chat panel. Line 239. Oh, that has to do with the type of. So we want to do. Where's the annual peak stuff? Scroll info. Right. Now it's going to complain about alignment. Incompatible types pointer to annual peak and pointer to scroll info. Well, but what about my pointer cast? Uh, mm, 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 mm. Can I just pointer cast the one to the left, please? Yeah, I must have a result type, which it doesn't because of the or else. Theme. My theme is are you Mirage? This is my theme. Cool. So this is unfortunate. We would want to pointer cast this bad boy, but he needs a it needs what's it called, result type information, which we have here. But the problem is that this guy is combined with this expression, and this expression prevents these target info from percolating, yeah, percolating down from flowing down to this bad boy. So we either put a ugly as yeah, that is the best option. It's sad, but it is the best option. And we're still gonna miss the online cast. It's just spammy. To me, it feels redundant. The other, I felt like the other expression should work, but given how the language works currently, it requires me to do an as, and I feel like I could have avoided it. Expected optional type on scroll info. Right. However, message kind doesn't have missing history order. Oh yeah. So let's change these to missing messages. I changed the name of this stuff and I forgot. No field or member function named get in enum literal. Oh, well, what's that dot going in there? Was it who put it there? 281. Chat history get has a member called direction. This was in protocol client. Okay, I think this is now server only. Okay, we're finally where I wanted to be. Now we fix the server, and then we try it. Okay, now we need to use two different queries. I don't know yet what that's gonna be called. Let's kind of eat these guys going here. And then we need a query for the other one. Is source basically self? No, source tells you line and number. It's occasionally, when you're doing metaprogramming, it's occasionally useful because it tells you, you can pass it around. It's a struct that contains line number, function name, file path of where you use it. So it's useful for debug information. I'm abusing it a little bit. You know, it's the equivalent. C has, for example, this. It's kind of the equivalent of these guys. I don't know if C# has anything like that. It's good sometimes for debugging. In this case, it's actually superfluous. I could get rid of it. I just want to do it right now. Okay, so we need that other query. That other query right now, I think, is on the client only. It doesn't exist in the server. These are the queries that we have in the server. Select password, select user by handle, select chat history. That also now is duplicated. So this is now duplicated. We need to improve these things. We need to make it so that the queries, we need to stop duplicating queries. So I'm going to go fill my teacup. I'm going to grab this query from common queries. I'm also going to grab the other query that I need because it already exists in common queries. And then we're going to be able to fix the server and test this out. So we're almost at the testing phase. Man, so much work to get this running. Holy shit. I'll be right back. How to dedupe code? I mean, you just import it. So we go in common queries. I'm gonna need to refactor all this stuff. I know what to do now with these guys. I'm gonna make it so good, but not now. So we have, there we go. We have select channel history and we have select channel present. These are the two ones. So this guy, if you can see, they are essentially a one-to-one equivalent. So this guy becomes at field type. What do we call them? At field type. There we go. These names suck. I'm gonna make them better when I do the refactoring. Okay. Finding the references. It's in this file. Come on, man. There we go. Wait. All right, there we go. Presents. Oh no. Comment from YouTube I find it interesting is if comp time is an interpreter, can we expect a Zig REPL? Ish. I don't know if this plan has changed, but there were plans to have a Zig type of REPL. Sorry, sorry YouTube, but the chat must have pooped itself. So what happens is that if I stream for too long, I consume all my YouTube API quota, and I am unable to update YouTube at that point. So it is what it is. Let's see. I just wanted to update you on my compiler speed issue. I think it was mostly caused by me importing raylib.h and actually compiling raylib all the time. Now I use raylib.dll instead. Okay, cool. That should be cached though. That is something that should be cached, in theory. And I heard the discourse drama last week and thought of this project. Yeah, seems like good timing. I agreed. If comp time is an interpreter, can we expect a Zig REPL? So the answer is that Zig has a bunch of type information that gets resolved at comp time, and language servers either re-implement all of comp time or they're not going to be able to resolve those types, which is currently the case. ZLS is not able to resolve types that are the result of comp time metaprogramming. It's fine because you can survive without, but obviously it would be better if the language server could give that information. So the plan is to basically have the Zig compiler stay on, just like here. I'm doing watch. If I pass the -- watch flag, the compiler stays on. It doesn't shut down after it's done compiling. So you keep the compiler on, and it also offers a REPL interface that you can use to query the compiler about the information about the program, like type information, for example. That is not really designed to be something that you use yourself directly as a user, like you would be using a Lisp REPL or a Python REPL, for example. But it is meant to be used by tooling. I mean, my point is like usage patterns. So obviously you can type stuff on your own and use it as a user, but it's it's not going to be the type of REPL that you can ask, what does 1 + 1 do, and you expect it to reply 2. It's going to be something that answers questions about the program. So at that point, the language server will be able to ask the compiler for information about types that are the result of comp time metaprogramming. And that way, ZLS will become complete. I'll keep an eye out for YouTube chat. So sorry, YouTubers. Does this work, or is it gonna have complaints about types? Also, I need to check if I did this right. If we're going towards older stuff, yeah, I want to decrease by one. If we're newer, I want to decrease by one. Yes. Although, you know what? I think it's fine to do this at the usage site. No, because we're gonna have to repeat it twice. Never mind. This is fine. So now in chat panel, get rid of this. Okay. Okay, so we should have made some progress. We're not building yet, but select chat history, no field, select chat history in common queries. Select chat present. Oh, select channel present, select channel history. Never mind. I got the name wrong. But it should be chat. And this name is bad because these are just for chats. Okay, let's see where else we broke stuff. Type of blah 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 is not a function. Ah, that is fair. From the ZSF side, do you hear much from the likes of Bantiga, Beetle Ghost, etc., about things like 0.16 where there is a big change and they must be feeling tons of pain? What happens usually is that they take their time to upgrade. So when we release 0.16, they don't immediately switch. They don't immediately upgrade to it right away. I think in terms of speed, Ghosty is the first one to upgrade usually, although this one is going to be big. And at the same time, Ghosty is not using Async IO in Zig, is using libxcv. So they have their own implementation of Async. So for Ghosty to upgrade to 0.16, that's going to be a big change. Tiger Beetle doesn't care because they are also using their own async, but also they're like much more focused. So I would not be surprised at all if Tiger Beetle never upgrades, never ends up using std.io. I think Ghosty should. I mean, obviously it's up to them, right? The Mitchell decides what he wants to do with Ghosty, but I think it would make more sense for Ghosty to upgrade to std.io than Tiger Beetle. Ban, I don't know. Since Ban got acquired by Anthropic, they are kind of doing their own thing. So I don't know what's happening there. But in general, like if you're asking whether we are like trying to not break their projects, the way it works usually is that they have some features that they care about and that they try to test maybe early if they can, so that we can not break them. You know, maybe they catch regressions, for example. But the language has to proceed. So std.io is a huge breaking change for everybody, and they will have to eat it. Pressure? No, we don't get pressure because they are generally run by people that we know and that we have a good relationship with, and it's well established that we are a V0 language, so breaking the language is our superpower. Because we're not, if we made bad decisions, we're not locked into those bad decisions, and obviously there's a cost from that. But they're very gracious usually. Also, we don't have any pressure financially either, because I mean, while both all of these projects are like sponsoring Zig, none of them is our only source of income, nor the main one. I mean, the most significant source of income, uh, I guess Tiger Bethel and Ghosty, they both are pretty big, so they do donate a lot. But in any case, no, the way we're structured is that stuff doesn't exist. The way we're structured, I mean, like also socially, the way we build relationships with them. We're all in the same boat that the breakages will happen until morale improves. Oh fuck! I knew that it would complain. Okay, so that means that we're doing it here. Oh, I guess I could have solved. Wait. There's a way of solving it the other side. I'm dumb. We can solve this centralized like this. There you go. And this is not gonna complain. Incompatible types. Ah, that is interesting indeed. Hmm. Okay, let's take a look. Right, these are, even though they are essentially the same thing, they're conceptually different types because they don't return a common type. We could define them to do so. Would that make us happier? I think it would. So we go in common queries, and basically we take this out. Oh, actually, does it have the same order? It does have the same order also. Yeah. See you. Oh yeah. Even if we do this, the type is still not gonna match. Never mind. I'm making too many things part of the type. uh it's fine. We can make it work, but just a different way. Chat history get. So we basically do this. I don't think I can wrap this. Can I wrap this? I want. Okay, I'm gonna try to wrap this around everything, but I don't think I will be able to. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, incompatible types. Okay, that's what I expected. What is the problem? Do you know if Arch64 Windows is supposed to be fully supported in 0.16? Currently having issues with C include. You are using an unstable, like an untagged, like a master branch build of Zig. If you have trouble with C include, I can tell you what's happening. Up until version 0.15, we were using Clang to parse C header files, run macro expansion, and then turn everything into Zig code. Because importing like C include is basically turning header files into Zig definitions. Now, if by any chance you are C including a .c file or a .h file that has more than just definitions, like there's sometimes those libraries that are just one header file. In that case, be aware that should not be C included. That one should be added as a C. In the build system, you have to do add C source file. That being said, let's assume that it is a proper header file. So in 0.15, as I was saying, we're using Clang to process them. In version 0.16, we are dropping our dependency on Clang for that, and we instead are using our own implementation. It's called ROCC. It's made by Iveka, who is a core team member. So it's our own implementation of that code. And so if you have issues, go to codeberg.org/ziglang/translatec and open an issue. You will find that there are plenty of new issues because this new implementation has, bugs, corner cases that he wasn't aware of. So we're ironing out those issues. Other people also have reported their own problems. Don't worry, it will be looked after. Like, for example, this one that I opened myself, this ended up being picked up in the original repository, which is the ROCC repository, and they fixed it already. So they fixed it already a while ago. It's just that the other issue is still open. So don't worry, it's not gonna be forgotten. Try to provide a repro that is easy to make, ideally. How do you unblock yourself in the meantime? If you were able to successfully translate C, to successfully C include that header file previously in the past, and now you can't anymore with 0.16, then here's what you can do. I'm doing this with Awebo as well. I'm depending on Opus. It's windows.h. Okay. Well, you could still try. If you can get your hands on a 0.15.2 header, what you could do maybe is you run in the CLI, you do Zig translate C of your header file, you run it, it will produce a translated version of that header file, and then you save it as an artifact that you import. So here right now, my translation, like C import of opus.h has regressed, so I commented this out, and I'm temporarily hard-coding these ones from running Zig translate C manually. Be aware that this is not a one-to-one equivalent. There's like, for example, it will not work if the target changes, because this is producing, well, in the case of Opus, it's fine, but in other cases, it might be more problematic, so be aware of that. That's kind of it. The very last thing that I will add is that be aware, this is not yet the case, but in the future, C import is going to go away. We're not going to be able to do @C import anymore. The way it's going to work is that you go through the build system. One reason for this is because people didn't realize that there was this foot gun where basically, if you C import the same header file twice, or in two different files, like you have one Zig file that C imports this and another one that does also the C import, people wouldn't realize that those would end up being different definitions. They were not compatible. They were essentially the same, but they would be formally different types. And so they would sometimes get type mismatches because of this. So the build system approach solves this problem, among other things. But it's not the case yet. So you can still use Simport for a while more. But the moment that it stops working, don't be afraid. Don't be scared. There's like there's gonna be the alternative way of doing it, which is just using translate C in the build system. Now I think you know everything that there is to know about C import and latest Zig. Okay, how did I break this? Is this Helix? No, it's not Helix. This is my editor. Flowcontrol.dev. I do have Helix keybinds in here. But be aware that Helix keybinds are not perfect yet. Neurosite is working on them. So Flow is by default not modal. It works kind of like Sublime or VS Code, but then you can enable modal keybinds. The Helix ones, as I was saying, are not perfect, so be aware of this. Neurosite released yesterday, 2 days ago, version 0.7 of Flow, and he promised that he's gonna polish Helix keybinds a bunch. Now that he's done with the release, so they should improve significantly, hopefully fast. But be aware, they're not perfect. Flow is a fairly young editor, younger than Helix, for sure. But it's very promising, so that's why I'm using it. And it's definitely usable. Like, especially if you're using it in non-modal mode, you're gonna be good. Now, what have I messed up?